She black. Dark. Dark skin.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Moare makorokoro.
Moare makorokoro.
Moare makorokoro.
Moare makorokoro.
Moare makorokoro.
Moare makorokoro.
Kuzai muzumokoro.
Kuzai muzumokoro.
Kuzai muzumokoro.
Kuzai muzumokoro.
Kuzai muzumokoro.
Kuzai muzumokoro.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Ama sankofa.
Bibiwoho.
Sankofa.
Bibiwoho.
Sankofa.
Bibiwoho.
Amandla.
Away to.
Amandla.
Away to.
Mayibuye.
Be Africa.
Mayibuye.
Be Africa.
He Africa.
Mayibuye.
He Africa.
Mayibuye.
Amandla.
Away to.
Oseye.
Yeah, yeah.
Oseye.
Yeah, yeah.
Oseye.
Yeah, yeah. Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
And Amen Nomope and his wife Hathor said, Blessed is one who sits in the hands of Amen-Ra, for it is he who directs the timid, who rescues the humble and the needy, who gives the breath of life to the one whom he loves, and grants him or her a long life in the west of Waset. Oh my God, Lord of Lords, Amen-Ra, Lord of Ipetisut, give me your hand and save me. Shine upon me and sustain me. You are the only God, and there is none like you. You are Ra, who rises in the heavens, the God who created men and women. It is you who hears the prayers of one who calls on him, who saves a man and woman from the hands of the violent, and who makes the night rise for those who are in him. Ra is a perfect guide for everyone. When he rises, men and women live, and their hearts are lifted up when they see the one who gives the breath of life to those who are in the egg, who make people and birds to live, who supplies even food for the mice in their holes, as well as for worms and fleas. May he grant us an honorable burial after an old age, so that we may be safe in his hands. Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare.
Tendai moare. Man and woman never dies. Nothing dies. Man and woman are made of body and spirit. The spirit is Mwari, God. It is intelligence. The body of man and woman is matter. It changes from living matter to other matter in the soil.
That's right.
It is always the same matter. It doesn't die. It changes. When we sleep and pass away in the flesh, we go to the earth that lives on and out of which other men and women and things are formed. All matter is related. When we eat the apple, the banana, the fig, the cherry, the grape, when we drink the water, we are eating and drinking ourselves over and over again. Do not be afraid of death.
That's right.
Because what you call death is a change, and you are still in the universe.
That's right.
Such is the wisdom of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Say, hail to the power of the word.
Hail to the power of the word.
Say, hail to the power of the word.
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 Faithful's grace the shrine. Tendai moare.
Tendai moare. Royal elders, kings and queens, princes and princesses of great Mama Africa, I bring greetings in the most precious, powerful, and bountiful name of our motherland, our Kebaland, in the spirits of our most gracious ancestors, and in a prayer for oneness, hope, and prosperity for all our people on the face of Mother Earth.
What?
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Sisters and brothers, we are gathered here today because we have lost a dear soul, Sister Nkechi Ode.
Wait up.
Yela.
Yela.
Sister Nkechi Ode, who was taken from us suddenly on the 30th of March this year.
Where?
We send condolences to the family. We send condolences especially to her mother, Mama Vivienne, her son,
Yeah.
brother Jawanza,
Yeah.
her grandchildren, Larissa and Jelani. Also her sisters, Sister Maureen, Andrea, Patsy, and Jackie. Her nieces and nephews,
Yeah.
Ashley, BJ, Aaron, Tyrese, Darren, and Remy.
Yeah.
And all those other family members who are grieving today.
Yes.
We have come to celebrate her life,
Word sound.
to lay out the history and the legacy that she has left for us in this community.
Word sound.
Sister Nkechi is a fallen warrior on the battlefield for African liberation.
Word sound.
And we hail her.
Hello.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Sisters and brothers, we're going to do our usual greeting chant, peace and love. You can join in with us. It's very simple, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love. And if your mother never come, if your mother never come, oh, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love. And if your father never come, if your father never come, oh, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love, peace and love. Sing it out to the people everywhere. I bring to you peace and love. And if your brother never come, if your brother never come, oh, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love. And if your sister never come, if your sister never come, oh, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love. And if your friend them never come, if your friend them never come, oh, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love, peace and love I bring to you, peace and love. All my love I bring to you, peace and love. All my love I bring to you, peace and love.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
We're going to have a musical tribute now. Missing You. This was selected by the family. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Sisters and brothers, we give thanks and praises. This ceremony is officiated by the spiritual leader of the Al-Kebalan Revivalist Movement, Brother Leader Mandaka, in the order of Al-Kebalan Liberty.
Yes.
Sister Nkechi gave her life and lived her life so we can have a better life.
Word sound. Word sound.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Just an apology, brothers and sisters, for the delay in starting. Just to inform you that there were just some technical hitches which we don't have much control over, but we are here today and we give thanks.
Word.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
I think because of certain technology, we may have to move on, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue, and we'll take that musical tribute in a few moments. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Brothers and sisters, I won't have time to go into the libation and the importance of it, but let us know that it is as old as Mama Africa itself.
Word sound.
And so, brothers and sisters, as Sister Nkechi lived her life according to the traditions of our ancestors, we are going to pour libation and honor her. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari. The faithful's grace of shrine, Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
The faithful's grace of shrine, Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
The faithful's grace of shrine, Tendai Mwari.
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 Mwari mukurukuru.
Mwari mukurukuru.
Mwari mukurukuru.
Mwari mukurukuru.
Mwari mukurukuru.
Mwari mukurukuru.
Kuzai muzimukuru.
Kuzai muzimukuru.
Kuzai muzimukuru.
Kuzai muzimukuru.
Kuzai muzimukuru.
Kuzai muzimukuru.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Pray the word. Regai mazwi andino taura nepungwa zumuyo mangu zinzikwe nemimwari. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Jah of our creation. Tendai Mwari. Tendai Mwari. Tendai Mwari. Mwari kumbore rai Africa. Ngai sumuzire zitarayo. Nzwai matero yedu. Hisumri ayo itumuri yako. Uyamweya kumborere. Uyamweya musbene. Isumuriayo itumuriako. Tendai Mwari. Tendai Mwari. Tendai Mwari. Mwari. Jah. God bless Africa.
Yeah.
Lift up the name of Africa on high. Hear our humble prayers, O Mwari, O Jah.
Yeah.
We, the family of Africa.
Yes.
We, this family of Africa.
Yeah.
Come, Great Spirit, come.
Yeah.
Come and bless us. Come, Great Spirit, come. Come and be with us.
Yeah.
We, the family of Africa.
Yeah.
We, this family of Africa. Tendai Mwari.
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 Tendai
Faithful's
Mwari.
grace to shrine. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Father Heaven, Mother Earth, Mzimu Mukuru, great ancestors, Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari.
Mwari tipi uma simba. Eko kreja kaipa. Mwari tipi uma simba. Eko kreja kaipa. Mwari tipi uma simba. Eko kreja kaipa. Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Mwea yakashata.
Ngaibe machire.
Mwea yakashata.
Ngaibe machire.
Mwea yakashata.
Ngaibe machire.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Mwea yakashata.
Ngaibe machire.
Mwea yakashata.
Ngaibe machire.
Mwea yakashata.
Ngaibe machire.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai mwari.
By the power of our ritual.
Yes.
By the power of the word.
Yes.
By the sound of the drum. We command that all that is of evil, leave us,
Leave us,
leave us,
leave us,
leave us,
leave us,
leave us, spirit,
leave us,
leave us,
leave us,
leave us,
leave us,
leave us.
leave
Yeah, 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 yeah. We command this by the name and the power of all things great and good.
Yeah.
Knowing that the power of good is greater than the power of evil. Yeah, the power of good is greater than the power of evil.
Yeah.
But Mwari Jah, God is not celebrated until the voice of the righteous is heard. Let the voice of the righteous be heard. Let the voice of the righteous be heard.
Yeah.
Let the voice of the righteous be heard. Tenai Mwari.
Tenai mwari.
People's Grace Shrine. Tenai Mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Unto Mukuru, the great ancestors, we come.
Yeah.
Unto Mukuru, the great ancestors, we come.
Yes.
Unto Mukuru, the great ancestors, we come. Tenai Mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai Mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai Mwari.
Tenai mwari.
Tenai Mwari, Father Heaven, Mother Earth, Mukuru, great ancestors.
Yes.
We call upon Mukuru, the great ancestors, in the tongue of Mukuru, the great ancestors. Yeah, we call upon Mukuru, the great ancestors, in the tongue of Mukuru, the great ancestors. Mukuru ye akebulan, uyai, 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 Mukuru ye akebulan, uyai, 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 Mukuru ye akebulan, uyai, 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 uyai mama, uyai baba, uyai mama, uyai baba, uyai tipi oma simba, uyai tipi ruzivo, uyai tipi kushinga, uyai tipi shikumbureru, uyai, 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 uyai. Great ancestors of Mama Africa, come, come, come. Great ancestors of Mama Africa, come, come, come. Great ancestors of Mama Africa, come, come, come. We call you from the east, call you from the west, call you from the north, call you from the south, from around the circumferences of the globe, from the height of Mount Kilimanjaro and all the mountains of Mama Africa to the depths of the river Nile and all the waters of Mama Africa. Yeah, we call you. Yeah, we call you. Come, 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 come. Here they. We call upon our ancestors, those ancient ones and those recently passed. We call upon our ancestors. From the shores of Mama Africa, from the shores of Asia, from the shores of Europe, from the shores of North and South America, we call upon Mukuru, our great ancestors. From the shores of the Caribbean, from the shores of the isles of the Pacific, we call upon Mukuru, our great ancestors. From the Atlantic Ocean, from the Red Sea, the Pacific Ocean, we call upon Mukuru, our great ancestors. From the Sahara Desert,
That's right.
We call upon the great ancestors, those who pioneered culture and civilization, gave knowledge to humanity, gave knowledge to the world.
That's right.
We call upon our ancestors who gave science and technology to the world.
Yes.
Mathematics, mythology, astrology, astronomy.
That's right.
Language and communication. Great ancestors who built the first schools, built the first universities, the first hospitals, the first cities, the first nations.
That's right.
And civilizations. We call upon these great ancestors. We call upon Mzuma Mukuru, our great ancestors who lived their lives and gave their lives so we could have a better life.
That's
here
right.
we forget them. The warriors of our history
Yes.
who fought for the liberation of our people. We call
Yes.
upon the Zulu warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the Xhosa warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the Shona warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the Ndebele warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the Nama warriors.
Uyai.
The Herero warriors.
Uyai.
Lingala warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the Masai warriors.
Uyai.
Kikuyu warriors.
Uyai.
Igbo warriors.
Uyai.
Ijau warriors. Yoruba warriors.
Uyai.
The Akan warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the warriors of the Ga people. The
Uyai.
Ewe, the Tigre, the Lingala. We call upon
Uyai.
those who shed their blood for the liberation of our people. And we, in honor of their sacrifice, we pledge on this day that the blood of our warriors, our martyrs, will not be shed in vain. We call upon the warriors of Haiti,
Uyai.
Palmares,
Uyai.
Soweto,
Uyai.
Sharpeville.
Uyai.
We call upon the Rastafari warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the Black Panther warriors.
Uyai.
We call upon the Black Power warriors.
Uyai.
UNIA warriors.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
Heal them. Heal them. Heal them. We call upon the mothers of our history.
Uyai.
Mothers of our history. We call upon the queen mother goddesses of our history. Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
We call upon Queen Hatshepsut.
Uyai.
We call upon Queen Nzinga.
Uyai.
Mbuyanehanda.
Uyai.
Queen Makeda.
Uyai.
We call upon Queen Kahina.
Uyai.
We call upon Mama Amy Jakes Garvey.
Uyai.
Amy Ashwood Garvey.
Uyai.
Henrietta Vinton Davis.
Uyai.
We call upon Cecile Fatima.
Uyai.
We call upon Aforika Bantu. Healer.
Healer.
We call upon the King Babas of our history.
Uyai.
We call upon the fathers of our history.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
We call upon the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. We call upon the eminent prophet and king, Papa Omo Wale Malcolm X.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, Patrice Lumumba.
Uyai.
Dedan Kimati.
Uyai.
His Imperial Majesty,
Uyai.
Emperor Haile Selassie the
Uyai.
First. Uyai.
Uyai.
We call upon Shaka Zulu.
Uyai.
We call upon King Prempe,
Uyai.
King Shabaka, Tahaka,
Uyai.
Pianka.
Uyai.
We call upon Tukamenin. We
Uyai.
call upon the Osajefo,
Uyai.
Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Toure,
Uyai.
Kwame Toure,
Uyai.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Uyai.
Uyai, uyai, uyai.
Uyai.
We call upon Nana Kwame Ani.
Uyai.
We call upon Ras Kamawe Izeme Brato Noe. Uyai. Heal them. As we pour libation on this sacred day, as we pour libation on this blessed day, as we pour libation on this day of mourning, mourning the loss, the painful loss of our beloved sister,
That's
our
right.
beautiful and beloved sister, Sister Nkechi Ode. Sister Nkechi Ode.
Uyai.
Sister Nkechi Ode. Healer, healer, healer.
Healer, healer.
As we gather in honor and in celebration of her life, we call upon Muzimu Mukuru, our great ancestors, to gather around Sister, the spirit, the soul of Sister Nkechi.
That's right.
To gather around her resting car as it rests, as it hovers.
That's right.
Over her cat, her body,
right.
awaiting its ascendancy into the realm of the ancestors. We call upon the ancestors to gather around, the spirits of Muzimu Mukuru, our great ancestors, to gather around our sister.
Yes.
To give her warm embrace. And as we pour this libation, may her spirit be empowered in its ascendancy.
That's right.
Into the realm of the ancestors.
Yes.
We call upon Muzimu Mukuru, our great ancestors. We can see in the realm of the ancestors, we can see the ancestors singing praise songs and dancing praise dances, even as we sing praise songs and dance praise dances in celebration of the life, in honor of the life, in glorification of the life of a sister who lived for the liberation of her people, who lived for the glory of the creator of the universe, who lived for the joy of being what the Creator made her to be, what God Almighty, Mwari Nyakusika, made her to be, an African, a sister who loved and celebrated the joys of Africanness every day of her life.
Yes.
As a conscious African queen. We honor her and we celebrate her in this moment. And as the ancestors gather around her, and as we await the day when we shall pour libation, when we shall call her name, when we shall say, Nkechi Ode Uyai, Nkechi Ode Uyai, calling her spirit to dwell among us, to inspire us, to imbibe us, to fill us with the confidence she had, the courage she had.
That's right.
To fill us with the spirit of happiness and joy that she demonstrated in her life. As we await that day, as we await that moment, we call upon the creator of the universe to bless our sister's soul. And as her her heart, soul, awaits the final judgment in the council of Asar, we say, may our sister, may the soul of Sister Nkechi rise like Ra on the wings of Ma'at after a favorable judgment in the council of Asar. And before we seal our libation, it is customary for us to honor the womb from whence our sister came, the womb of her mother, to honor that womb and to send our healing meditations to the womb of a mother who is grieving the loss of her daughter.
That's right.
May Mama Vivine feel the presence of the spirit of her daughter, giving her comfort in this time.
That's right.
And saying to her, Mama, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be all right. I will be with you in spirit. So we pray for the womb of our mother, and we also give thanks for the loins of her deceased father. We give thanks for the source and the ancestral lineage through which our sister was brought to us. We honor all the ancestors of our sister's lineage.
Uyai.
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 Her grandparents, her great-grandparents, grandaunt and granduncles.
Uyai.
Uyai, 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 uyai. Hear them. And so we commit our sister, the ab of our sister, to the council and the judgment of Asar, and we say, may she rise like Ra on the wings of Ma'at after a favorable judgment in the council of Asar. Ashe.
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 Asheo. 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 Amen Ra. It is done. Tendai Mware. Tendai Mware. Tendai Mware.
Father Heaven, Mother Earth, Mzumukuru, our great ancestors.
You have done great things. You have done great things. You have done great things. Hail your holy name. Tendai Mware. Tendai Mware. We're now going to call forward another member of our leadership, Brother Omowale Kwao, to do a reading, a special reading that was chosen from the Mosiah Daily Affirmation. This is a little book that contains the wisdom of the most eminent prophet and king, gems of wisdom of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey, a book which Sister Nkechi had in her possession, a book which we know that Sister Nkechi treasured. And the reading that Brother Omowale is going to do for us is a reading that we know was one of our sister's favorite, one of her chosen favorites from the affirmation. That would be affirmation 4. Tendai Mware.
Tendai Mware. Tendai Mware, brothers and sisters.
Tendai Mware.
Affirmation 4. God commands self-mastery. Man and woman were not made to be creeping, crawling beings. They were made to be captains of their own ship and masters of their own destiny.
Word.
Therefore, as they select that much out of life, they get nothing and nothing more.
Word.
Everyone around you has selected their particular place in the world and shall rise no higher than their selection. Be the man or woman God Almighty wanted you to be, and not the creeping, crawling creature that most of us have become. Such is the wisdom of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Say, hail to the power of the word.
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 The commentary. Tendai Mware.
Tendai Mware.
Tendai Mware.
Tendai Mware.
Sisters and brothers, we're now going to go over to the family who are going to be reading the eulogy, as well as giving a number of tributes. So the first will be a poem by Mama Vivine, which will be read by Brother Jawanza, Sister Nkechi's son. Tendai Mwari.
Tendai Mwari. Yele.
Yele.
Tendai Mwari. Do not stand by my grave and weep. I am not there. I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glint on snow. I am the sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. When you awake in the morning, hush. I am the swift uplifting rush of quiet birds in circle flight. I am the soft starshine at the night. Do not stand by my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die. That is a poem dedicated to my mum from my grandma. Wanna come say hello, grandma?
The eulogy, thank you, Brother Jawanza. The eulogy now would be read by Sister Nkechi's sister, Sister Patsy Hunter.
Claudia Angela Hunter was born on the 24th of November 1964 in 16 Albion Grove, Stoke Newington. She was the fourth out of 5 daughters to Jamaican parents, Lloyd and Vivian Hunter. To our family, she was known as Susie, and to our friends, Claudia. Our family moved to Pembury Estate in 1972, where we spent some happy time with all our childhood friends, playing run-out, rounders, bulldog, king and king ball in the ring. She was one of the quiet ones, but this didn't stop her. As five sisters, we always teased her because she was big enough. When she told something she said, she took it. Never had a bad bone. Had a warm, pleasant voice. Always smiling. That said she told and what she started to put in. She was a very clever, creative person. How to knit. Sitting in the flat with her friends. Also good at doing it. She was one of the hunters at party who go to the dots with Jacqueline and out the sun view. You wouldn't catch her going down, not how they used to. That said, on their dancing part to Wally, soon forget about her. You dancing all night. Me and Andrew will be. She went to Dorset Mountain because she met her best friend Kathy. True friendship and part of each other's lives, sharing good times and bad word between them. She started her work as a straight club. Enough for her. I'm a social worker, qualifying in 1991 and worked for various Hackney, Harrow, Parkin and Daggett, anything beginning this year. She did find social work challenging and to run. She remained committed to the position as a was working with and nurturing people. My sister was always trying new things. She was the first in our church, to perm her hair, dye her hair, and the nickname by Joe. She was the first to learn how to go to uni. She was also the first to look to my mum's sister. But my mum grew to wore her looks in a sophisticated way. It was very influential as followed almost everything she'd done, and I looked up to her. As time went on, her great interest, she wanted to connect with us, joined our every 19,005, became her second. She was very committed to the teachings, raised no hope. She carried herself and how she wished to be loved. She was very passionate and righteous. She changed her name in November 2 by default, owned, named and by. She was one of the senior and was a successful coordinator. She rounded up her niece and today to take them, and as they grew old, round up her grandchildren. Who thought was who she and what she stood for. She was very happy with the Kebilan family, but tirelessly when talking about fellowship, every time you called her house, saw what she was saying, and every Boxing Day we celebrate Kwanzaa, and she took the involvement us in this her way of life. My sister is a mother who died very much, wanted the very best. She was very proud and engineer. She's also a grandmother to Johnny. She loved very much and is her. She does her own. She's always there for all of her niece and nephew. Wanted the best for everyone who likes to do well. Nkechi is a wonderful person inside and out. Everyone liked her. She was very conscientious, kind and caring. Anything for anyone, here and there. She is tired. Bring you soup if you want. Well, soup, anything. She talked about herself. I don't ever recall herself to anyone. She loved life with her friends and family, riding her bike, and she had a bright future. She just started her new hobby, enjoyed being a grandma. There's so much more to give. We enjoyed raising family. We went to holidays together. Last memory I had was in November, and the family friend, where she paraded around her shoulder the iguanas. Celebrated her birthday on the of March, and we went to the party to that evening. Nkechi was admitted on the 17th of March, and he lost her. She was taken soon. Today is undeniable because we cannot physically visit family, our real estate family, their family, or we'll all miss her. A beautiful smile. We are broken, but we will miss her. She was a solid woman, a daughter, a mother, grandma, aunt, and friend. She leaves behind her beloved one, a fifth son and grandchildren, four sisters, niece and five nephews, nieces and nephews, big family in Latin America and Jamaica. There's a brother and niece and nephews. Rest in peace, in love you and will miss you. Gone but never forgot. Your beautiful smile light up heaven, and it will remain with us. Thank you.
And someone speaking on this side. On this side. So
Is a very special, a very dear person
how do you
to the family, and she will be truly missed. She's also very special and dear to the Al Keblan Revivalist movement. And so I'd like to read this tribute on behalf of the Faith family. Homage to a fallen warrior, Sister Nkechi Ode, born on the 24th of November 1964 passed on the 30th of March 2020. 6260. She's royal. It is with deepest.
No, that's the one.
It is with deepest love, affection, and honor that we move this tribute to our dearly beloved and most esteemed sister, Sister Nkechi today. As such, we send our profound condolences and healing meditations to her mother, Mama Vivine, her son, Jawanza, grandchildren Larissa and Jelani, sisters Maureen, Andrea, Patsy, and Jackie, nieces and nephews Ashley, BJ, Aaron, Tyrese, Darren, and Remy, and obviously all other family members.
No, we didn't.
In the song She's Royal, artist Taurus Riley hails the African queen as royal, so royal, one of a kind, moving to her own beat with the qualities of a queen. Having natural beauty,
Can't hear
no
yourself.
makeup to the occasion. Brother Taurus could well have written this with Sister Nkechi in mind. It seems surreal that we are on the cusp of laying our sister to rest. In fact, this movement remains suspended in a state of shock and incredulity, not to mention excruciating grief at the sudden loss of such a wonderful person, such a cherished member of our faith family and community. Our beloved sister Nkechi joined the Al-Keblan Revivalist movement in 2004, following an intense induction program designed to harvest the finest qualities of our African personality for membership of the African communal family, building a membership of the Al-Keblan Revivalist movement, building a movement for our people's total liberation. Sister Nkechi's impact on the induction program was instant. Her radiant personality, enhanced by a glowing smile, made her presence delightful from the outset. With a charming ease, she made acquaintances and built infectious relationships among her peers. This congenial nature, coupled with an infectious enthusiasm, made her one of the most popular in the group. As Mama Vivine,
You can't hear nothing.
her mother, she was a winter baby
Speaking. No.
with a sunshine personality. We were soon to discover how popular this sunshine sister was. Just about any name you could mention, Sister Nkechi either went to school or college with, worked with them, raved with them. Yes, she did confess. She loved a good rave. Of course, confession is good for the soul. Perhaps her strongest impact on the course was her capacity for critical self-reflection, as well as her ability to empathize with others. Week after week, the air of expectation and attentiveness in response to her profound words grew increasingly palpable. This impressed upon recruiters that we had a highly valuable prospect in view. Suffice to say that our beloved sister flew through the course with high accolades and joined the Al-Keblan Revivalist movement with her 6-year-old son, Prince Jawanza. It was expressly as much for his future benefit as out of her own interest that Sister Nkechi joined this movement, being impressed with its programs for children and young people. Anyone who knew Sister Nkechi for a minute would realize how precious Jawanza was to her. He was her handbag, quote unquote, by Mama Vivine. She raised her son within the movement, ensuring he attended his Shemira worship, its Imani Day school, its children's program, its rites of passage program, as well as numerous cultural events. Kwanzaa, Messiah, Omawali Malcolm X observance, African Liberation Day, it goes on. It was a measure of how greatly our sister was inspired by the spiritual cultural ethos of the movement that she sought to imbibe this in her son. Sister Nkechi loved her African culture, her African spiritual traditions, her African garments. She loved her African history. She was also a huge admirer and a staunch devotee to the legacy of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Messiah Garvey. Hail him. In her 16 years of service to the Al-Kabalan Revivalist movement, Sister Nkechi remained a model of fervent commitment to the movement and to her community as a whole. Her depth of devotion to the liberation of our motherland and people was total and uncompromising. She was always hardworking, reliable, and sacrificial in the cause. The first to volunteer her service, her personal resources, or to make a financial contribution, thus registering a deep sense of duty. Sister Nkechi was also profoundly principled. She stood firmly on the side of what she understood to be right and in defense of whom she thought was in the right, regardless of who was on the other side. She was in earnest to see our movement attain and maintain high levels of excellence in all its undertakings. She therefore challenged the membership, especially where she felt we were tardy in delivering on our undertakings or a collective agreement. Consequently, in a relatively short time, Sister Nkechi was promoted to the rank of senior officer. Assigned to our education department, she rendered sterling service as an administrator to our Imani Day, our Saturday school, the Al-Kabalan Academy of Excellence, and often supported lessons. Every Imani morning, she was present, not only with Prince Jawanza, but also her niece and nephew, Princess Remy and Prince Tyrese. She also actively supported the movement's Rites of Passage program, coordinating parents' consultations to prepare our young people for adulthood. As a strong advocate and for the empowerment of women, Sister Nkechi exuded an unmistakable strength and dignity in African womanhood. She helped to organize the Al-Kabalan Sisters Circle, sometimes hosted in her home. Sister Nkechi's research and presentations to the group were always thorough and instructive, oft urging fellow sisterins to raise their game. Sister Nkechi also distinguished herself as a talk show host for our radio show Africa Speaks with Al-Kabalan on Voice of Africa Radio, covering in for Sister Kai's absent. She was a dynamic public speaker who opened and compared a number of movement events. Boy, she could have talked. Once she was cranked up, there was no stopping her. In addition to serving the movement with great diligence and industry for more than a decade and a half, this remarkable African queen touched the lives of every single member in a very personal and meaningful way. Concerning herself with their well-being, she was a friend and confidant who gave sound advice backed up by amazing acts of kindness. One such act occurred every Kwanzaa, the 26th of December to the 1st of January, when Sister Nkechi would host a family dinner in her home for members who lived alone or did not have families who could engage in the celebration with them. This personal touch of Sister Nkechi's extended to every child and young person in the movement, all of whom she had a maternal connection with, always showering them with love, warmth, and affection. In fact, most of them had at some point slept in her home. This made Auntie Nkechi a favorite auntie in the movement. Such kind, caring, and charitable qualities reach far beyond the bounds of this movement into the community, where our sister would oftentimes be the first to offer to call or visit a sick or needed sister or brother. Sister Nkechi was also loyal to the movement's leadership. She demonstrably respected its authority and was often vocally supportive and empathetic towards its burden of responsibilities. This would sometimes extend to tidings of appreciation and reassuring personal phone calls. However, this loyalty must not be mistaken for sycophancy. Sister Nkechi, let it be known, was never a sheepish follower, a spineless fawner, or a servile, self-seeking flatterer. Her loyalty was principled, born out of deserving respect. In fact, it was so principled that it sometimes assumed the form of a timely challenge, vigorously if deemed necessary. But hers was a candor that was girded by respect and good intentions. And once she had said her piece, that was it. She did not hold a grudge. As a matter of fact, that glowing smile, cheeky even, would be present to greet you the next time you saw her. Equally, Sister Nkechi possessed the rare quality of being self-critical, always willing and able to see and own her own errors and shortcomings, and ready to acknowledge same and apologize, publicly or privately. Furthermore, she would accept reprimand or firm counsel. She also took the issue of accountability very seriously, showing due regard for the rules and regulations of our movement, seeking leave of absence, apologizing for lateness, and taking to task those who would flout the same. This speaks to the quality of Iwapele, balanced character, as taught to us by our noble Yoruba ancestors, evidently inherent in the character of our sister. Truly, our beautiful sister displayed the finest example of commitment to the right character for a liberation movement. Her contribution to this movement has been immense, and we are externally grateful to Mwari and Mzumukudu, the great ancestors, for blessing us with such a phenomenal individual in our faith family and in our personal lives. We also say Tatenda thank you to Mama Vivine and to her late father of Sister Nkechi for producing such a beautiful and highly blessed daughter. This movement is a better movement because Sister Nkechi served in it. Each one of our lives is richer, and each one of us is a better person because Sister Nkechi came into our lives. Our love for our beloved sister will remain deep within our hearts. Our memories of her will live on. Wherever the name of this movement goes, the name Nkechi Ode will go. However high this movement will rise, just so high will the name Sister Nkechi rise. And as her car hovers above her cart, awaiting the movement when, awaiting the moment when we shall lay her to rest, and her hab awaits the final judgment of Asar, we continue to sing our praise song and dance our praise dancing in celebration of our glorious life, of her glorious life, a life lived for the liberation of our people and for the joy of being an African. We do so confident that she will indeed rise like Ra on the wings of Ma'at after a favorable judgment in the council of Asar. Thus the tears now flowing from our aching hearts will be as libation, libation, strengthening our sister's spirit in its ascendancy until that appointed time when we shall truly summon her irrepressible spirit to empower us in the fight for liberation, a powerful spirit intimately connected with us. Rumbizo kuna mwari ya Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Tendai mwari.
Tendai mwari.
Written by Brother Leader Bandaka on behalf of the Al-Keblan Revivalist Movement. Tendai mwari.
Tendai mwari. Tendai mwari.
Tendai mwari.
Rumbizokuna mwari ye Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. And we give thanks and praises unto Mwari Nyakusika, God, the creator of the universe, through Muzuma Mokoro, our great ancestors, that we are able to celebrate the life of our sister while we battle with the pain of the grief of losing someone who was just so profoundly precious and meaningful in our lives.
That's right.
My duty is to say a few words, hopefully a few words of inspiration, hopefully a few words of healing for family members, for close friends, for faith family members, I want to give thanks and praises unto Mwari Mzumukuru for the eulogy that we've heard today, and the tribute from the eulogy from the family and the tribute that was moved from the Al-Kebalan revivalist movement. I think it was Sister Andrea, Sister Patsy, who read the eulogy, and I want to thank her for reading it so beautifully and so passionately, but most importantly, for looking so much like your sister on a day like this when we're missing Sister Nkechi so much. You carry her features, and that helps us to work through this day because it feels like our sister is physically present with us. It is going to be a challenge for all of us to get our lives together and move forward. But we have to ask ourselves, what would Sister Nkechi say to us at this moment? What would Sister Nkechi expect of us at this moment? She would want us to be there for her mother, to give her mother strength to go on, to live for as long as the Creator it deemed for her to live, but to do so as much in happiness and hope as possible, having lost a daughter. She would want us to be there.
That's right.
For her son, the fruit of her womb, whom she loved so dearly and in whom she invested so much. She wants him to be a man, a real African man that we all can be proud of. And she will know, like any other young man, he will need his family and his community around him, especially at a time like this, having lost the physical presence of his mother.
That's right.
She would want us also to be there for her grandchildren, whom she had started along the same path that she had ushered her son, Prince Jelani and Princess Larissa, whom she started to bring to our Imani Day school, our Saturday school, as many Imani Day Saturday mornings as she possibly could, and who she also was bringing to our Shumira, our monthly worship. So that we have to find it in ourselves. We have to find the strength and the inspiration. We have to draw strength and inspiration from the spirit and the personality of our beloved sister whom we know so well. To live on, to find moments of joy, reasons to laugh, even to remember her in laughter, not only with flowing tears. Somehow, we have to pull together and make it work for all of us, but primarily for the immediate family, starting with Mama Vivine, young brother Joanza, and his beloved children. Time is going, brothers and sisters, and we have to do the invocation before we round up our ceremony and move to our sister's final place of rest. But to continue to enhance the presence of our sisters, or to cement the presence of our sister's spirit, I would like to read very quickly from the daily affirmation, just to remind us of the word sounds that were read earlier on. Affirmation 4, one of Sister Nkechi's favorite. Man and woman were not made to be creeping, crawling beings. These are words that Sister Nkechi chose. She loved these words. They were made to be captains of their own ship and masters of their own destiny. Therefore, they select that much out of life. Therefore, as they select that much out of life, they get and nothing more. Everyone around you has selected their particular place in the world and shall rise no higher than their selection. Be the man or woman God Almighty wanted you to be,
right.
and not the creeping, crawling creature that most of us have become. And to know Sister Nkechi was to know that she was no creeping, crawling being.
That's right.
That she chose for herself and for her life the best that life could offer, the best that she could command out of life. And she sought to pass that legacy on to her son and to her grandchildren. In our African tradition, we learn to observe the life of those who are passed on, to learn lessons from that life, the good that we must build on and the errors that we must correct.
Right.
And we believe that there is richness in the legacy of Sister Nkechi's life that we all can benefit from. And we pray in this moment in particular that that young brother Jawanza will rise to the challenge with our support that his mother left for him. Finally, brothers and sisters, I chose this reading for our movement when we had a Zoom conference a few days after our sister's passing to collect our thoughts and to give each other moral support in a very difficult time. And I'm reading from the Hosea, sacred text of ancient African wisdom. And I'm reading from page 42, the book of Ptah-hotep, verse 4, that says, "Be diligent as long as you live, always doing more than is commanded of you. Do not misuse your time while following your heart, for it is offensive to the soul to waste one's time. Do not lose the daily opportunities to increase that which you have. Diligence produces gain, and gains do not endure when diligence is abandoned." And my reason for choosing this is because, yes, it characterizes our beloved Sister Nkechi. And it gave me inspiration, and I was confident it would have given inspiration to all of us. Of what we know, if we say we love Sister Nkechi, and we do, if we say we honor her, and we do, then we must know that the best way we can do that is to emulate the best examples that she set for us. We are now going to move the invocation for our beloved sister. We ask wherever you are receiving this transmission to rise in honor and respect. And we're going to ask you all to raise your hands in this position, in the position of the car, which is the soul that will elevate, represents the elevation of the car. Let us incline our ears and our hearts to the invocation, our utterance for the elevation of the soul of our sister Nkechi Ode, Nkechi Ode, Nkechi Ode. O you who bring brainless souls in the house of Asar, the risen Savior, bring this excellent soul with you. Let her hear as you hear and see as you see. Let her stand up even as you stand up, and sit down even as you sit down. O you who give bread and water to blameless souls in the house of Asar, the risen Savior, give bread and water day and night to this blessed soul whose word is true before you. O you who open the way and clear the path for blameless souls in the house of Asar, the risen Savior, open the way and clear the path for the soul of this one whose voice is vindicated before you. May she enter into the house of Asar in boldness and come forth in peace. May she not be opposed or sent back. May she enter praised and come forth loved and triumphant. May her commands be carried out in the house of Asar. May her words travel with you. And may she not be found deficient in the balance and be free from all faults. May she not be judged according to the mouth of the multitude or the mouth of the wicked. May her soul lift itself up before her heart and be found to have been righteous here on earth. May she come into your presence, O Mwari Nakusika, O Asar, Olodumare. May she reach the hall of righteousness. May she rise like a living goddess and give forth light like the divine powers that are in the heavens. Amen-Ra. Let her proceed in peace to the west. Let her rise in power. May the Lord of the sacred land receive her and give her threefold praise in peace. And may they make a seat for her beside the elders of the council. May she ascend in the presence of the beneficent one, and may she assume whatever form she wishes in whatever place her spirit desires to dwell. Tinamwari, Rumbidzo Kunamwari, Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Tinamwari, we assume the sign of the car. We command the spirit of Sister Nkechi Ode. Simuka, spirit of Nkechi Ode, Simuka, spirit of Nkechi Ode, Simuka. Rise, 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 the spirit of Sister Nkechi Ode. Rise and take your place in the universe. Rise and take your place amongst the constellations. Shine as the brightest star in the darkest heaven. Let the world know that Sister Nkechi lives on in spirit, itinually, perpetually. Tendai Mwari, Tendai Mwari, Tendai Mwari. Faithful's grace to shrine, Tendai Mwari. Rudora Shenga no venemi, 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 Rudora Shenga no venemi. The love of God go with you. Sister Nkechi Ode, the love of God go with you. Sister Nkechi Ode, the love of God go with you. Rudora she nganu venemi. Rudora she nganu venemi. Rudora she nganu venemi. Rudora she nganu venemi. The love of God go with you, my sister. Rudora she nganu venemi. Rudora she nganu venemi. Rudora she nganu venemi rudo rudo rashe nganu venemi rudo rudo rashe nganu venemi Tenai moare, tenai moare, tenai moare. Sign of Nia. Prayer of the word. Regai mazwi andino taura ni fungwaza mumuyo mangu zinzikwe ne mimwari. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Jah of our creation. Tenai moare, tenai moare, tenai moare. Closing words.
Tendai Moare.
Tenai moare.
Let us remind ourselves to take from here all that we've learned, all that we've gained in knowledge, information, and inspiration out into the streets, into our personal lives, amongst our families and friends, wherever we are. Let us remind ourselves to be a shining light unto Africans everywhere. Let Africans everywhere know that Mwari, Olodumare, Nkulunkulu, Nodume, Sudume, Ama, Eshe, Nobokuane, the African God,
reigns supreme.
Let Africans everywhere know that it is a joy
to be an African.
Let Africans everywhere know that liberation
is indeed at hand.
Tenai Moare,
tenai moare, tenai moare, tenai moare.
Tendai Moare.
Tenai moare.
Brothers and sisters, the formal part of our ceremony has closed, but we're asking you to still stay linked with us, because we're going to be moving over to the family where the guard of honor will take place and the burial. You will be, in the meantime, we will get some musical tributes. Hopefully we can get Missing You and Thinking of You played also in that lineup. So please stay with us, brothers and sisters, because we are going to be connecting with you continuously. Tendai Moare.
Tendai Moare, and apologies for any further technical challenges once we're relying on technology, brothers and sisters. Technology is not human beings. You can't talk to it. You just have to be patient and allow it to rise to the occasion or rise to the challenge. So any further, we certainly have had some today, any further technical hitches, we do apologize in advance. Tendai Moare. Oh.
missing you. Tell me why the road turns. Ooh, I'm missing you. Tell me why the road turns. Oh, oh. As I look around, I see things that remind me. Just to see a smile made my heart feel with joy. I still recall all those dreams we shared together. Where did you run to, boy? Ooh, I'm missing you. Tell me why the road turns. Ooh, I'm missing you. Tell me why the road turns. Sometimes I've wondered, I didn't understand just where you were trying to go. Only you knew the plan. And I tried to be there, but you wouldn't let me in. But now you've gone away, boy. I feel so broken hearted. I knew the day we started that we were meant to be. If only you'd let me. I've cried so many tears, gotta face now all my fears. We let time slip away. I need you, boy, here today. There was so much you gave to my heart, to my soul. There was so much of your dreams that were never told. You had so much hope for a brighter day. Why were you my flower plucked away? Tell me why the road turns. Tell me why the road turns. Tell me why. Tell me why the road turns. I don't understand it. Can you hear me, baby? Tell me why the road turns.
My name is Lettucey in the music. My name is Lettucey in the music.
As the world turns and the moon fades and the sun begins to shine like the flowers and the trees grow, you're always on my mind. I can't help but feel you all around me, even in my darkest hour. Yeah, you bring peace of mind, you bring joy to my soul. Yeah, everywhere that I go, every day, every night, I think of you. Yeah, I think of you. You're the air that I breathe. You're the love of my life. I think of you. Yeah, I think of you.
Anyway, Tenamore. My name's Nkechi from the Archipel and Revivalist Movement. And first of all, I wanted to give praises to the Archipel and Revivalist Movement under the leadership of Brother Leader Mandaka. And that's for the work that they have put in which has already been said before about Messiah Month, but I also want to commend them for the effortless work and sacrifices that they have made over decades, to keep the name of the Honourable Marcus Messiah Garvey alive. I think the production of the Messiah Daily Affirmation, for me, I believe is very phenomenal. It's very prophetic, and I believe that if we were to use this daily as a guide, we would be in a lot better position than we are today. One of the things I wanted to day 4, the daily affirmation, God commands self-mastery. And it says, man and woman were not made to be creeping, crawling beings. They were made to be captains of their own ship and masters of their own destiny. Therefore, as they select that much out of life, they get and nothing more. Everyone around you has selected their particular place in the world and shall rise no higher than their selection. Be the man or woman God Almighty wanted you to be, and not the creeping, crawling creature that most of us have become. And it's true to say that, individually and collectively, that we stagnate quite a lot on in terms of our character development and the work that we do on liberation. And I just believe if we were always to absorb what it is that we read and really challenge ourselves, then we would get a lot more, and we would see the production of institution a lot more and a lot quicker and a lot faster, because it really is about our mindsets, how we can impact each other very negatively. These are the things that we can do very negatively. So that's why it's always important that you do have to have these prophetic words to inspire you on a daily basis, because we live in a society that will suck you dry, and especially as black people, as African people, the daily challenges, one of the things that probably teaches us and tries to and seeks to impart in the children is about shyness. Like, to be an African is not to be shy, and shyness is one of those things that holds us back big time doing what we're doing. And sometimes we're always trying to, not take up the baton and deal with the challenge that we have to deal with. But that's the greatest thing that we can do, is to rise to the challenge. And I speak to myself, because obviously on a daily basis, I can't be asked. We have that mentality, we can't be asked. And when we all infect ourselves with that, we really just don't get anywhere. And it's time for us to infect each other, with word sounds that we truly believe. Because ultimately, society is not making life easier for the African, it's making it a lot worse. If we're not together collectively, and we're not even willing to work on our own issues and our own weaknesses and challenges, then to me, you might as well just give up, because the children's got to carry it. Where most of us are hit.
Try. I might need to leave this up. I don't know. I need to leave
My son, how are you? So good to see you. We need to see you more often, you know, son. Yeah? Now in tragedies like this, we realize we're a family and we have to stick together, you know? We have to stick together no matter what happens. Even though you're young and you're living your life, remember, we're family. Yeah? Okay. Good to see you.
The family closing the house now. Oh no, I've got. She don't need to phone no cab. I got space in my car. You got space in your car? Yeah. How many do they need? How many do they need? How many do they need? No one's taking any spaces in my car. So there's four. Okay, but there's me, sister behind her, and her daughter. Yeah. Yeah, is that okay? Yeah, there's four. I've got the 4 spaces in my car. Oh, good. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Taking a picture of myself next to.
Do I feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, it's weird. I want to, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? Because I don't believe that she's left us.
Yeah, it's very, very hard. It wasn't her time. It wasn't her time.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to call on the spiritual leader, the Kevlar Revivalist Movement, brother leader Bandaka. Brothers and sisters, it has been, as I said, a very trying time for all the members of the Kevlar Revivalist Movement, and obviously his family and any close friends. And we've seen the tributes. We've seen the tributes on Facebook. We've seen the tributes on WhatsApp. People are just crying. People that I didn't even knew her that well. We know that she was well known. We know she's popular on all circles, in all fields, whether it's in employment or it's in the dance hall. Everybody knowing Nkechi. Some people that I've known for years, I was shocked to the extent they knew her. And you know, the outpouring, brother leader right now is very, 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 very emotional. He's dedicating this message to Sister Nkechi, but this is really, really, it's really hurting, brothers and sisters. It's really hurting him, and he's just trying to gather himself to deliver to us. So we just give ourselves a few minutes, or brother leader gathers himself to deliver us, brothers and sisters. I know you understand. Wadi. Drummers, if you can just take the drum up a little bit so we can, while we're waiting for brother leader.
Yeah?
May the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Jah of our creation. Africa. Ngai smutire tarayo. Twai mtero yedo. Ismuriayo itumuriako. Uyamoya komborere. Uyamoya musbele. Isumuriayo itumuriako. Tenai mare. Mwari Jah, God bless Africa. Lift up the name of Africa on high. Hear our humble prayers, O Mwari, O Jah. We, the family of Africa. We, this family of Africa. Come, Great Spirit, come. Come and bless us. Come, Great Spirit, come. Come and be with us. We, the family of Africa. We, this family of Africa. Royal elders, queens and kings, princesses and princes of great Mama Africa, I bring greetings in the most precious, powerful, and bountiful name of our motherland, Al-Kebulan Mama Africa, in the sacred spirit of our most gracious ancestors, and in a prayer for oneness, hope, and prosperity for all African people be the glory. Giving thanks and praises, beloved brothers and sisters, unto Mwari Nyakusika, God the creator of the universe, through Mzimu Mukuru, our great ancestors, for life, for the meaning and purpose of life, for health and strength and daily food, for the rising of Amen Ra upon this day of Umoja, this day of unity. We give thanks and praises unto Mwari Nyakusika, through the spirits of Mzimu Mukuru, our great ancestors, for the principles of Ma'at, truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, reciprocity, and order. For the principles of Jehuti, wisdom, knowledge and overstanding, keen insight, exceptional perception, and authoritative utterance of the power of the word. We are thankful for the blessing of this gathering here this afternoon. Defying all obstacles. Come on now. That even though by and large we cannot be together in the flesh, we can't be physically together, but we have found a way to communicate with each other. We have found a way, brothers and sisters, to honor this sacred day, the first Umoja day of the month, as we continue, brothers and sisters, to define time, space, and circumstances for ourselves. That is so important. And we have defined the first day, the first Umoja day. In fact, we've defined this day Umoja day, the day of Umoja, not Sunday, but Umoja day. We have defined this first Umoja day of the month as sacred day, when we as Africans, conscious Africans, freedom fighting Africans, come together before our African shrine to worship in an African spiritual, cultural context. This is of profound and fundamental importance if we are ever going to be a free and liberated people ever again. So we are thankful for the technology, the African wisdom in the technology that allows us to gather as we are present. Can we all heal ourselves? Heal yourselves, brothers and sisters. Put your hands and hearts together and heal yourselves for being here, for tuning in, brothers and sisters, to our Shemira for the 4th month of the year. Beloved brothers and sisters, the title or the theme of my pronouncements this afternoon is the battle to be good and righteous. Come on now. The battle to be good and righteous. Needless to say that I am dedicating my message to the life and to the legacy and to the name of our beloved sister who was recently, much to our shock, much to our astonishment, much to our anger, much to our hurt, much to our pain, recently departed our earthly company. As regards the circumstances, brothers and sisters, we can't say too much. There's a level of discussion we must have with the family before we can make any public pronouncements. Suffice to say that as we stand and as we speak today, we are deeply, deeply concerned.
Yeah.
And we are deeply, deeply dissatisfied.
Word.
But even in our dissatisfaction and our concern, we have the presence of mind that we must act right.
Yeah.
Our great ancestors of our motherland has given us a saying, a teaching, a note of wisdom. It comes from the Yoruba tradition. And it goes like this: even when we have tears in our eyes, we can still see. Even when we have tears in our eyes, we can still see. So that whatever challenges faces us in the moment, we still have a duty and a responsibility to act right, to do right, and to be right.
That's right.
Mhm.
So today we are honoring the life of our sister.
Come on now.
And in my message dedicated to her, I want to deal with this topic, the challenge to do good and to be righteous.
Come on, my brother.
Or to be good and to be righteous.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm taking that concept from the codes of conduct
Come on.
of our Rites of Passage program for our young people in the Al-Kebalan Revivalist movement. There are 12 codes of conduct.
Indeed.
And the 5th code says to always seek to do what is good and right.
That's right.
Not for praises or rewards or for fear of punishment.
That's right.
But for the sake of being good and righteous. Let me say it again. To always seek to do that which is good and right. Not for praises or rewards or for fear of punishment, but for the sake of being good and righteous.
Yeah.
Let me link this in with the season that we are in.
Come on.
In our ancient Nile Valley tradition,
Bring it.
we would still be in the energy of the equinox.
That's right.
The 21st day of the 3rd month is when we observe the equinox, when the sun in its ascendancy has reached the equator. And that means that it is suspended on what is known as the celestial cross. That's where the origin of the idea of the cross that the Christian religion has now commandeered and misrepresented. I don't say that as a matter of disrespect, I say it as a matter of fact. The equinox, as the sun rises and as the sun falls, it forms a pathway around the earth. The sun appears to rise and fall. It is the movement of the earth rotating on its own axis. And it's 23 degrees tilt of the axis of the earth that makes the sun appear to rise and fall.
Come on.
And as a result of that, that pathway is called the ecliptic.
Word.
And so where the ecliptic and the equator cross each other is known as the celestial cross. When the sun is at the midpoint in its ascendancy, the sun is said to be suspended on the cross. Symbolically, it represented the conquest, not the conquest, but the slaying of Asar by his brother Seth. Asar was a manifestation of good. Asar always strove to do good.
right. That's right.
To be good for
That's
the sake
right.
of being
That's
good.
right.
To do right for the sake of being righteous. But Seth always posed a challenge, always went against the grain, always challenging the order, the structure, being disobedient. Asar had the inclination to be obedient. And so Seth, out of jealousy, slew his brother. That is represented by the sun, because Asar was a deity, a sun deity. It is symbolized by the sun being on the celestial cross. So the equinox represents the battle between good and evil, the challenge between good and evil. See, we need to understand that the concept of Asar and Seth, who are twin brothers, represented on one level of the mythos that battled between, because they were identical twins. In some phases of the mythos, they were like Siamese twins. They inhabited the same body, separate heads, but the same body. But this represented the challenges that we all have within us, where we all have an Asar and a Set in us.
That's right.
The Asar in us that wants to do good for the sake of being good, and doing right for the sake of being righteous.
Come on.
And then there's a Set element within ourselves.
That's right.
That is testing us. This is like a shoe or a legba in Yoruba.
Come on now.
That challenges us, tests us to see the strength of our character.
Come on.
The constitution of our character, of our nature. On another level, it represents the challenges that faces us in our families. On another level, it represents the challenges that faces us in our communities.
Come on now.
That you will always have elements in the family who are striving to do good. The family agrees on certain principles, and there are those who will abide by those principles.
Come on now.
And then there are always those, or it just might just be one, who presents a challenge, who goes against the grain. We have it in our organizations. We have it in our communities. The significance of this to our beloved sister Nkechi Ode, is that she, from all our observations, and we had the opportunity as a movement to meet like this after our sister passed, and to share our hurt and our pain and our memories of Sister Nkechi.
That's right.
And we all remembered, and this is not just protocol that we are observing, this is the fact about our sister.
That's right.
That she was a good sister.
That's right.
That strove always to do good for the sake of being good, and to do right for the sake of being righteous. You see, in our African tradition, we are taught that when one passes away from us, we must learn lessons from their lives.
Right.
We learn from the good that they did. We learn from the successes that they had in their lives. And we learn also from the mistakes. And so what we ought to do is to imbibe in us the best of Sister Nkechi. To take her and take her spirit with us as we move forward with our lives. Because we have to move forward with our lives, brothers and sisters. So what did the sister Nkechi represent?
Come on now.
To all of us? She was a good sister.
Yes. Yes.
She was a good sister in the sense that she cared about others.
Word,
Yeah.
word,
Deeply and profoundly.
word.
Yeah.
She was among the first who was ready and willing when someone was sick, when someone was ailing, when someone was vulnerable. And as a movement, we had knowledge of this and felt that we should intervene and help that person. Sister Nkechi was always the one who would hold her hand up and say, I will give her a call, or I will give him a call, or I would go and see her, or I would go and see him.
Yeah, definitely.
Sister Nkechi is the kind of person who had a personal relationship with every member of the Al-Kebalan revivalist movement,
Yeah.
or at least strove to do so. She touched us in a meaningful way.
That's right.
There's nothing shallow about Sister Nkechi.
No.
She was deep. She was sincere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she connected with you on a personal level.
Right.
That's right.
She shared your joys with you. And she shared your sorrows with you.
That's right.
One of my last encounters with Sister Nkechi was when, one of my latter encounters. It wasn't the last time I saw her. But one of my latter encounters with Sister Nkechi was when she attended the 9 nights of my cousin who passed away on the 13th of February. And she attended the 9 night in my mother's home. And she was there until quite late. I sat with her shortly before she left, and we were talking and laughing as we do. She was there rendering her support, being there.
That's right.
As a member of this movement, Sister Nkechi respected the structure. She respected the order.
That's right.
Yeah.
And when I say respected, brothers and sisters, she adhered to what the rules were, what we agreed upon. Sister Nkechi would defend it with her utmost energy.
That's right.
And if she saw any deviations from it, be it leadership or membership, and that was something that was good about our sister and right about our sister, she will hold leadership to account as much as she would hold membership to account.
That's right.
But she would also defend the leadership if she knew that the leadership ought to be defended on principle.
Yeah.
She would defend the membership if she knew that the membership ought to be defended on principle. That's the kind of woman.
That's right.
That was the quality of a Sister Nkechi. She was loyal to the bone,
Yeah.
loyal to her movement, loyal to her leadership. And I hope you understand that the loyalty I'm talking about is not sycophancy, where she just submitted unconscionably or just submitted out of cowardice.
No.
She was not that kind of person, brothers and sisters. She stood by the leadership as a matter of principle. She was a senior officer in the movement, and therefore a buffer between the leadership and the wider membership body. And she was conscientious about doing her job and doing it right and doing it effectively. Another quality of Sister Nkechi is that she had the capacity to reflect on what she said, reflect on her deeds.
That's right.
And if she realized that it needed correcting, she would always come back and apologize and correct her error. Sorry. Humility. She understood understood humility.
That's right.
That's very important. Yes. Because these are the qualities that any movement needs
That's right. That's
in
right.
order to grow, in order to deliver what we call liberation to our people. Because we are never ever going to be free until we have certain qualities about us, brothers and sisters. And did Sister Nkechi demonstrate some of the best of those qualities? Yes, she did. Can we learn from her? Yes, we can. In fact, brothers and sisters, that is the best tribute we can pay to Sister Nkechi.
Definitely.
Not lip service. Yeah. No. She was not a person who paid lip service. She was deep. She was principled. I didn't say she was right all the time. None of us is. I don't stand here as a spiritual leader of the Al-Keblan revivalist movement because I'm infallible. No. I've already said, brothers and sisters, this is something that we noticed about Sister Nkechi from the time nearly 17 years ago when she was on our induction program. One of the things that stood out about her was her capacity to reflect. To reflect. To evaluate, to self-evaluate, to self-assess. Because that was a quality that we were looking for keenly in our candidates. Yes. And Sister Nkechi shone like a living sun, like a noonday sun, where that particular quality, in fact, in our recent consultation as a movement in the aftermath of our sister's passing, Brother Shabaka spoke about this. He remembered very well Sister Nkechi's capacity to reflect, self-reflect. And when someone can self-reflect and be honest about their own challenges, remember the message today is about the challenge, the battle to be good and to be righteous. When someone can challenge themselves, when someone can battle with the set in themselves, come on, and discipline the set in themselves, and can be honest and open and said, I made a mistake, I did wrong. When that person comes to you and challenge you, you have to be humble. That person will humble you. Another great quality of Sister Nkechi's was her capacity to be accountable. She was always accountable. We have a principle in this movement that if we're serious about liberation, then we must be accountable to an African liberation movement, an African liberation organization.
That's right.
Don't tell me you are a freedom fighter. Don't tell me you are a revolutionary. You get up every day, you go to the Babylonian workplace, you obey the rules, you obey the regulations because you need an income to pay your rent, to pay your mortgage, to pay your bills. You put up with all kinds of foolishness, all kinds of nonsense, but you're there 9 o'clock every morning. You find a way to stay, to survive, because you have a purpose of being there. But you have no such commitment to any African liberation organization. Any macro institution that you work for can call you to account, discipline you. You submit to the discipline. But an African organization cannot hold you to account. You're not serious about liberation.
That's right.
See, we can't stop your money and we can't put you in prison. That's how Babylon controls us.
Yes.
So those of us who are sincere freedom fighters. There's got to be something deeper than material things.
Yeah.
What did I say the word sounds of the code of conduct said? To do what is good, to always seek to do. Listen to the words now. Always seek to do. That don't mean we always get it right, brothers and sisters. We're human, but it's the intent that matters. The striving to do what is good and right for the sake, not for praises, not for rewards. Sister Nkechi was deserving of so many praises and rewards and got many, but she was not working for that. She just wanted to do what was good. She just wanted to do what was right. Why? For the sake of being good, for the sake of being right. She understood she had to model the kind of character that was the prerequisite for liberating ourselves, because who else is going to liberate us but us? But if we don't have the character, we will never ever be liberated. We will never ever be a free people. Understand me, brothers and sisters. The accountability is a serious matter. It's one that most of us, if not all of us, struggle with. Yeah. We're not accountable. The best will in the world. We're not accountable. Things start at 1, we come 2. And we come with a self-pleasing smile, we plunk ourselves down from the chair. If we come, plunk ourselves down from the seat. And sometimes we have the facade, the defense up. So everybody knows if you don't say anything to me, no matter so blast no. Nobody can say nothing to me. Some of us come with that attitude. And some of us are so charming, you know, what you get back is the charm offensive. Yeah, they won't act offended, not to your face anyway, but next month them coming, or next week them coming the same time anyway. That's non-accountability, not Sister Nkechi. Not Sister Nkechi, beloved. She was always accountable because she understood our movement had a purpose, it had a work. She was serious about our people's liberation.
That's right.
And she realized she had to model the character that we needed. What Papa Garvey called the sterling character.
That's right.
That we needed. See, brothers and sisters, I ask you, and I think any conscious African, you ask, do you really want to be free?
Yes.
Do you really want to be liberated? We all going to say yes. I'll be the first one to jump and say, I want to be free. I want to be liberated. Yeah? Okay. Do we have a system in place to free ourselves, to liberate ourselves? No, we don't. Is there a system of oppression in place? Yes, there is. You see, the oppressor understands something that we have lost the knowledge and our ancestors understood well. That the nature of creation itself is that we are bound within a system, a universal system that has within it smaller systems that are working towards universal order. That's why the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, brothers and sisters. Because of universal order, natural law makes it so. Time is short, I'm going to move very quickly. Our ancestors, our culture that our ancestors developed, which we could call a dance of love. Let's look at the dance and the music, or the dance and the rhythm. The rhythm gives us the timing, the sound, dynamics. That we respond to in the dance, and we're moving to the rhythm, and our bodies are consumed by the rhythm, and we move according to what the rhythm inspires in us. Right. That's a system. Our ancestors developed a culture. And the idea of the culture was like the dance to harmonize with the rhythms of nature.
That's right.
Because they learned from that, that in order to enhance our humanity, our civilization as human beings, we had to harmonize with nature. That's right. So we needed a system in place. We need a macro system in place with a micro social art system.
That's right.
An economic system, a political system, a health system, a science and technology system, an educational system. We need systems that work with, that feeds into the macro system. Right. If we don't have a macro, national and international system, the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Messiah Garvey, gave us the black print. That's it. He created an international system.
That's right.
For us to feed into wherever we were in the African world. That's the Constitution still exists, brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Are you all with me?
Yeah.
Yes.
And until we put such a system in place, and then it's not enough to put the system in place, we have to respect it. Right. That's right. We must respect the system and those who serve in the system. Those who lead, those who organize, those who coordinate. Our systems don't work because we don't respect them. The enemy system works because the enemy respects their system, and they have ways of forcing us to respect their system. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Sister Nkechi, with the example that she's left us, how much time do I have? All right, I have to wrap up. Brothers and sisters, with a wonderful, magnificent example that she set us. She wouldn't ask us to give her an obituary that said she was perfect. She was the first to jump up and say, that's nonsense. I was never perfect. I never pretended to be perfect. That's the other thing with our sister, she wasn't pretentious. No way, no way. She was genuine. She wouldn't ask us today to let anybody believe that she was perfect. No. But I can say for her, and I had a couple of falling out to Sister Nkechi, right? I can say for Sister Nkechi that she always strove to do what was good and right for the sake of being good and righteous. And in so doing, she strengthened our movement. That's right. In so doing, she enriched our lives. In so doing, she set us a powerful example that challenges the Asar in all of us. See, the duty and the job of the Asar is to always be in confrontation, warring with the sect in us. That's right. So we can banish that sect, so good can reign in us.
Yes.
So as we celebrate our sister's life, let us extrapolate the lessons. Let's not miss the lessons. Let's not come and pay empty. Come with empty words. She doesn't deserve that. No. Come with a commitment to renew ourselves by the inspiration of our sister's example. That's the only thing that will do. And as we celebrate her life, let us remember, brothers and sisters, our ancestors taught us of the 9 parts of the soul. Let me just touch on that very quickly and I'm going to close. The Ka, the Ba, the Kat, the Ab, the Kaibit, the Ku, the Sahu, the Sekem, and the Ren. 9 parts of the soul. The Ka, which is the vital energy the life force, the breath, the ba, which is the personality, the kat, which is the physical being, the ab, which is the heart or the heart soul, the seat of conscience, that which is weighed against the feather of ma'at in the judgment of Asar. The ab, ka, the ba, the kat, the ab, the kaibit, which is the shadow, the reflections of the self. Wherever we go, brothers and sisters, our reputation precedes us. And we see ourselves in how people respond to us. Sister Nkechi had a beautiful kind. Also punishing at times. But that can also be good. So the kaibit, the ku, which is the ethereal being, that is the higher self, the higher being. That is the mwari, the God in us and the us in God.
Yes.
That is the part of us that perpetually dwells in the divine realm, even as we are on earth. That's the ku. The sahu, which is the mind soul, the power of thought, the power of intellect. The sekem, which is the authority, the sense of authority, the leadership qualities in us, the kingly, queenly, sovereign character. Asar was known as the great Sekem, the great Sekem, the great divine authority, leader, king, holder of the Sekem scepter, the staff of the Sekem, and the Ren, which is the name, or in fact the true name of the person. We can call ourselves anything we want to call ourselves, whether that's our true name, and whether even our true name, are we being, if we have a true African name, are we being true to that name? The concept of the Ren challenges us on that level. Now, why are we talking about the 9 parts of the soul, beloved brothers and sisters? So that we can put into context the passing of our sister, into an African context, an African conceptualization. We feel the hurt and the pain of the departure of our sister. But our ancestors would want us to remember that it's one part of the 9 part that has left us, which is the cat. That same cat is what holds the emotional being. That's why we feel the hurt and pain. That's why we shed tears. We should not be embarrassed about that. No. Doesn't mean you're less spiritual or spiritually weak. No. It means that your ka is presently housed within your cat, and you have emotional experiences that are natural to the cat. But let us remember that our sister's ka is still with us. That's a vital, and that's like the DNA of our beings. That is where you find the essence of the characteristics of the person. And then you have the ba, which is the personality. What a beautiful ba Sister Nkechi projected in her 55 years with us. That will never die. We will always revisit Sister Nkechi's personality, and sometimes we'll even laugh at some of the things that she said and did, because she could be funny. She could make us laugh. We mustn't forget to laugh, brothers and sisters, when we remember her. Try to remember the things that made us laugh when she was with her ba, her kaibit, the reflections of herself will still be with us. And one of the main reflections of herself is through her son, young brother Jawanza, whose birthday it is today. He's 24 years of age today. Can we hear it? have a duty to ensure that the personality, the bar, and the kept, and the car of his mother is projected through his cat as he manifests to us on the earthly plane. Everybody with me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And then we have, where am I? The Kaibit, the who, the ethereal being. That's what we feed when we come to Shmira. That's what we feed when we come before our shrines. That's what we feed when we meditate. That's what we feed every time we do good and righteous things. Because it's the ethereal being, it's the who that inspires us to do things that are greater than the mundane, things that go beyond the mundane. Sister Nkechi had that quality. Sister Nkechi was in touch with her. The Sahu. Sahu is natural intelligence as well. Natural. Your Sahu means that your intellect is connected or is working in context with your nature of being. So don't tell me that, I am a PhD, and you have no connection with your roots, your culture. You do nothing for the liberation of your people. Then you are out of touch with your Sahu. The Sekhem, the concept of the Sekhem reminds us that we have lost our sovereignty and we need to reclaim it.
Yes.
Nkechi worked night and day for the reclamation of African sovereignty. And the Ren is one of the most powerful parts of the 9 parts of the soul. Because as long as her Ren, her true name, is repeated over and over again, and we tell the stories of her life, and her deeds, and her legacy, then her Kun, her Ba, her Ab, her Kaibit, all of the 9 parts of her soul will remain alive. Even the cat, because the cat goes back in the earth and finishes the earth. Are you all with me?
Yeah.
It stands up and move around in the way that it did. But it means that the cat, the rest of the 9 parts of the soul will return one day by calling her name and pouring libation. That energy, that spirit that we call Nkechi Bode, will come back, will inhabit an African car and return to us one day. You all with me, beloved? Yeah. Let us think about her mother. Think about her son. Think about her grandchildren. Prince Chilani, who she loves so much. Time I think about him, I must say it brings a tear to my eye. Say it, I own that. But if we just cry and mourn and do nothing to help her son to be the man she would want him to be.
Come on, my brother. Come on.
To help her grandchildren,
Come on.
Princess Larissa as well. Let's not forget her.
Yes.
That's right.
Being the princess and the queen that Sister Nkechi wants her to be one day. To help her grandson to be the great African warrior king. And there are tears, are crocodile tears. Our words are empty. Unless we learn the lessons that Sister Nkechi, the example that she set for us, we seek to follow those examples, then we are false in our claims that we loved our sister and we miss our sister and we honor our sister, because the best way to honor her is to strive as she did. Always strive, always seek to do what is good and right, not for praises or rewards or for fear of punishment, but for the sake of being good and righteous. in the words of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency, Marcus Messiah Garvey. Unite, organize now, or perish. Rise, you mighty African people. Rise, you mighty African people. For you can accomplish whatever you will. Rumbitso Kunamwari Africa, to the God of Africa be the glory. Tendai Mwari. Thank you very
Let contrary sentiments and cross opinions go to the wind. We are entitled to our own opinion and are not obligated to or bound by the opinions of others. If I was laugh at you, return the laughter to them. If they mimic you, return the compliment with equal force. Because they have no more right to dishonor you, disregard or discredit you than you have in dealing with them. That's right. Honor them when they honor you. Disrespect and disregard them when they violently treat you. Their arrogance is but indeed an assumption that has no foundation in morals or in law. Word sounds the most eminent prophet and king of excellence in Martin by Darby. They hail to the power of the word. 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 Let no one inoculate you with evil doctrine to suit his or her own convenience. Right? Charity begins at home. So first to thine own self be true. And thou canst not then be forth to no one. For God and nature first made us what we are. And out of our own creative genius we make ourselves what we want to be.
Come on.
Follow always that great law. Let God and sky be our limit, and eternity our measurement. There is no height to which you cannot climb with the active intelligence of your own mind. Minds create, and as much as we desire in nature, we can have through the creation of our own minds. And today, being scientifically what we correct, you treat others only as they treat you. In your home and everywhere possible. You must teach the higher developments of science to your children. And make sure that we have a race of scientists par excellence.
Come on.
In religion and science lies our only hope to withstand the evil designs of modern materialism. Words out the most eminent prophet and king of excellency, Martin Messiah Garvey. Say hail to the power of the word. 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 The black God. If the white man has the ideal of a white God, let him worship his God as he desires. If the yellow man's God is of his race, let him worship his God as he sees fit. The God of Isaac and the God of Jacob, let him exist for the race who believes in the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. We believe in the God of Ethiopia, Africa. The black God. The everlasting God.
Yeah.
The God of all ages.
Yeah.
That is the God in whom we believe.
What's up?
And we shall worship God through the spectacles of Ethiopia, Africa.
Yeah.
Word sounds of the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency, Monk Zayadi, saying, hail to the power of the word.
Hail the power of the word.
The power of the word.
Hail the power of the word.
The power of the word.
Hail the power of the word.
Tena Mori, give thanks for your contribution. Queen Mama Nzinga, I echo what brothers and sisters have said in terms of thanking you for the work you've done, especially raising the profile of women in the Garvey movement. And I'm always struck by the fact that these were, Amy Jake Garvey was a very young woman. And I think to myself, at the age that I am I ready to do the work? And oftentimes we're thrown challenges, and I'll speak from a woman's perspective, and there will be often a dozen reasons why we cannot fulfill our responsibilities. And I suppose the question that I'm going to throw out to the sisters is that, are we really and truly ready? Do we really study the sisters and the conditions that they lived in and the sacrifices? Because that's the ultimate thing. It's the sacrifices that we're prepared to make in order to liberate our people. And that is the challenge that we have to look at in the month of Messiah. Because ultimately, we had a beautiful presentation in our fellowship about the role of women being that of educators, the nurturers. And that's part of our purpose on liberation movement. So we have to look at, how active we are or whether or not we sit back. And so we really do have to give thanks and praise for sisters such as Queen Mama Nzinga, such as Sister Kaya Wagadao, who actually do stand up in the community and let us know that there is a female presence on the liberation road. So, give thanks for the early work that you are doing in the community. So now on saying that, my sisters, the challenges come out for you to respond to that, because obviously what we're looking at in the month of Messiah is, the work that we're going to continue to do, because obviously we can always keep talking, but the reality is we have to start doing the work so that the future generation, when they come up, as we said, we all know the legacy is there, but it's like, what are we doing to fulfill that legacy? What are we going to do when we leave here today? What are we going to do with the teachings that we have received? And so a lot of that is obviously looking at ourselves. And the brothers, obviously, we've all got to do some work. We've all got to do a lot of work. So, but we give thanks.
Since you mentioned fellowship, some people may not know.
Okay. Tenamwari, the Heaven Revivalist Movement, every month, the first Umoja Day of the month, we have our fellowship, and that's an internal fellowship for the members of the movement where we come together and to worship, and it's a beautiful occasion, and there's generally a message that is amongst communing with the ancestors. There's also a message that takes place in fellowship, and that's where we also get a lot of teachings that reinforces again what we're supposed to be doing, what our purpose is on Liberation Road, because it's not about being complacent, it's actually about getting up and doing the work. It's not about sitting on the information, it's making that manifest, it's manifesting that the word, so that people can see the works in the community, and our young people have to see what we are doing. They often hear that we are always talking, and sometimes they can be reluctant to get involved in anything, because as far as they're concerned, we just talk and we talk and we talk. But talk is good, because you do need to talk. But alongside that is the practical demonstration of what you are talking about, is what we have to look at. So I give thanks that I am part of an organisation who is actually challenging me, and in terms of, and part of the challenge is sometimes we have to be ready to do things. That's part of what liberation work is, and that was what Amy Jake Garvey was about. She didn't wait around, she actually did the work because she recognised there was a bigger picture. It was for the benefit of our people, and that's how we have to start looking. It's not me, myself and I, because as far as I'm concerned, I want my child to bring home an African queen, and so I have a responsibility to ensure that the teachings I give to him, I can also give to other
you know, princesses and princess, because you don't know who your child is going to bring home. You know, and in order to unify the family, we have to start working with one another. Pray for revelation. Pray to your Lord and Master to reveal what you are best fitted for, so that you may give to the world something new, so that you may rise next morning and be a new genius that may baffle and startle a wandering world. Do not live in the world and pass out of it like chickens and sheep. When you die, it leaves behind you the memory of great men and women. Words out from the most eminent prophet and king, His Excellency Marcus Messiah Garvey, saying, hail to the power of the word. Hail to the power of the word. Power of the word. Hail to the power of the word. The power of the word. Hail to the power of the word.
Natural beauty, you know. Yeah. No, I've never been someone shy until I seen your eyes. Still I had to try. Yeah. Oh yes. Let me get my words right and then approach you. Woman, I'll treat you like a man is supposed to. You'll never have to cry. No. I know everyone can relate to when they find a special someone. And she's royal, yeah, so royal. And I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind. No, the way she moves to her own beat. She has the qualities of a queen. She's a queen. Ooh, ooh, what a natural beauty. No need no makeup to be a cutie. She's a queen. She's a queen. And when they ask what a good woman's made of, she's not afraid and ashamed of who she is. She's royal, yeah, so royal. And I need her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind until the night that I seen her rise. My queen, so supreme. I can see it in her eyes, the way she smiles. Hey, yes I know the king and queen crown, see I'm tired. So I'd never leave your side. Just stick with me through the trial times. Oh, and she says she no mind. Alright, I know good man is hard to find. And she can't about that giant line. That's why she has no ties at this time. Yeah, I know many men are trying, but she needs to be more than wine and dine, because she's royal, yeah, so royal. And I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so divine. The way she moves to her own beat, she has the qualities of a queen, so supreme. Ooh, ooh, what a natural beauty. No need no makeup to be a cutie. She's a queen, so supreme, yeah. And when they ask what a good woman's made of, she's not afraid and ashamed of who she is. She's royal, yeah, so royal. And I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind. No, no, the way she moves to her own beat. the qualities of a queen. My baby and queen.
We have a new education, a new determination, and you. Heard the voices in Harlem, the drums in Uptown Kingston, and you. The gong, he said that we are real. Oh Lord, second to none. How we don't know the deal. I'm at the crossroads waiting, chases meet him here. The view so blissful, life is good at Pinnacle. We have a new determination, a new way of thinking, and you, yes we do. Only you I can rely on. Let's make our way to Zion with you. Let's pass through. Louis, he says that we are real. Second to none, and we must know the deal. The man of sin must be revealed. Come on. The Most High says of late, He utters is the truth. I've got a new education, a new determination in you. We have a new education, a new determination. sacrifice our ancestors fed to the plantation. Say my name, say, I'm an African. Say your name, say. We Africans for survival, we need a revival. For survival, we need a revival.
No, it says you're backstage, isn't it? But is it flipped? I can't look, I can hear you. No, it's weird. I'm seeing it. Your video's not on. You know what? The browser can't access your device. Can you?
What do I care about death in the cause of the redemption of Africa? I could die anywhere in the cause of liberty. A real man or woman dies but once. A coward dies 1,000 times before his real death. So we want you to realize that life is not worth the salt, except if you live it for some purpose. And the noblest the purpose for which we live is the emancipation of a race and the emancipation of posterity. Such is the wisdom of the most eminent prophet and king, his excellency Marcus Messiah Darwin, the head of all the world. Head of all the world. Head of all the world.
1 2 1 2. No, it shouldn't be. No, now it shouldn't. 1 2 1 2. Why is it say my word? 1 2 1 2. Your browser has lost connection to your mind. Have you got any other apps open? Where did you get the link from?
She was a mother. She was a daughter. She was a grandmother, a sister.
Okay, go back to the stream.
A cousin, a friend, a good friend, a social worker. But she was also a freedom fighter. She lived, she worked, and she fought for the liberation of our people. She fought for justice. And so let's have that present in our mind as we lay to rest our beloved sister. That our sister still in the spirit wills the empowerment and liberation of our people. So we bid our sister a loving farewell. We say Rudora She Ngano Benemi. Rudora She Ngano Benemi. Rudora She Ngano Benemi. The love of God go with you. The love of God go with you. The love of God go with you.
I know. I'm just gonna go to your WhatsApp. Yeah. What's my name saying? Say those.
Nika. To do E-N-E. Yeah.
No, why is it not?
No, hold on. Wrong phone. Yeah.
All right. I'll text it to you.
in that. It's Texas. Yeah. That's so. Okay. And then put your details in. Oh.
Lord, I say, love of God go with you, Sister Nkechi. Sister Nkechi go there. Sister Nkechi go there. Love of God go with you. My work is just begun. And as I lay down my life for the cause of my people, so do I feel that succeeding generations shall be inspired by the sacrifice I have made for the rehabilitation of our race. Christ died to make men free. I shall give courage and inspiration to my race. If Garvey dies, Garvey lives. Yeah. If Nkechi dies, Nkechi lives. I said it, remember that in the with God, I leave you for a while. Lord. Brothers and sisters, no more than 10 together. Sister Nkechi would have made that instruction. Sister Nkechi was and remains a special person in all our lives. Because all of us very strongly. That's why we can be here beyond the numbers expected. And there are hundreds, maybe thousands in our community who are present with us. So we are going to raise the vibration because we are sending our spirit on. And before we do the sermon, let us chant very familiar to this Nkechi. Peace and love. I know young brothers are ones that want to drop to that grave side. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Right, brothers and sisters. I want us to raise our spirit. From our heart. We know her so well. She was full of life. Is that right, brothers and sisters? Powerful energy. And we are not going to betray her on this day. We are not going to let us get down on the army. We're going to raise our voice. Peace and love. Peace and love. I bring you. Peace and love. If your mother never come, peace and love. If your father never come, peace and love. Peace and love. I bring you. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. I bring you. Peace and if your mother never goes, peace and love I bring to you. Peace and love. If your mother never goes, if your mother never goes, peace and love I bring to you. Peace and love. Peace and love. Let me hear you sing this song. Peace and love. Brothers, sisters, brothers. Peace and love I bring to you. Peace and love. Father, and love. If your father never goes, peace and love, oh, peace and love I bring to you. Peace and love, peace and love in my heart. Peace and love, oh, peace and love I bring to you. Peace and love, yeah. Peace and love in my mind. Peace and love, where down in my soul. Peace and love I bring to you. Peace and love, peace and love. Let me hear you sing this song. Brothers, sisters, brothers. Peace and love I bring to you. Tenai Mare. Tenai Mare. Those who don't know the word Tendai Mare means be thankful unto God. In our African tradition, we put the creator of the universe at the core and at the center of all things. That's right. Sister Nkechi lived her life in the consciousness and reverence for a divine creator. Right. Through the spirits of Mutumu Mukuro, our great ancestor. That's right. We are honoring her in her passing by respecting the way she lived her life. Before we do the interment, we are going to commit our sister to the element, the rudiments of creation. We're going to move with this ritual, brothers and sisters, the ritual of harmonizing with the elements of creation. Tenai Mare. Is symbolically harmonizing with the four elements of creation: fire, water, earth, and air. Moto fire, Mburo water, Ibu earth, and Mepo air. Fire, Moto fire, the energy of our being. Mburo water, the blood that runs through our veins. Ibu earth, the flesh of our being. Mepo air, the breath of life. We commit our sister to the elements, the rudiments of creation. Tenai Mare. Moto, moto, moto. Moto, moto, moto. Bro, bro, God, the creator of the universe. Sister Nkechi has returned to the element. Her energy, her fire energy is with the sun. Her water energy, her blood, her water energy is with the waters of the earth, the sea, the ocean. Her earth energy, element, is back in the soil. It will harmonize with the soil.
All right.
It will enrich the soil.
Yeah.
And her breath, her ear energy is her breath. The breath of life is with the wind, it's in the air.
Right. That's right.
She is still with us.
Yeah. Right. Live on.
And the memory of her past, her personality, her beautiful personality, the legacy of love and liberation that she has left with us will live on in us.
Yes.
Wherever this movement goes, the name of Sister Nkechi will go. However high this movement rise, the name and the spirit of Sister Nkechi will rise. We will never forget her. We will never forget her, brothers and sisters. But today, with pain in our hearts, we're going to hold on to her spirit, hold on to those beautiful memories of such a wonderful human being. We're going to thank her mother, that great woman sitting there, who she talks about so much. We knew you, Mama, even before we met you. We knew you. And when we met you, it was always a joy to see you. And even on a day like this, it's still a joy to see you.
That's right.
And with family around you, your daughters and grandchildren, and with your daughter's big family that you have accepted as part of your family, we will be there for you, Mama. And we will be there for you, young brother Jawanza, who is now a man, and we will play our part in ensuring that he fulfills his mother's dream. That he should become a man that we all will be proud of. So we're going to be on your case, son.
Yes, sir.
And where is Prince Jelani and Princess Larissa? We're going to be there for you, sweetie. All right? Bright spot. We're going to be there for you. All right. One big healing for the family. Come on, heal them. We're gonna, this is not some funeral, it's a farewell. That's right. Till we meet again. So we're gonna do the interment now, brothers and sisters. We're gonna ask brothers and sisters, just step back. If you can just give some direction there. Our beloved brother, the funeral director. Can we?
You step back a little bit, please.
Yes, Mama. Is Mama okay? Does Mama need to move back a bit as well? All right, we can take her chair back. Oh, sorry. Come here. Sorry. Can the family you start off by just Mama start with Mama. Brother Joanza.
Go commit the mother. Me commit my money 21 years ago. I forgot to chop.
Take me home, ah, de, ah, de, ah, de, ah, de, ah, de, ah, de, ah. I'm say ah de ah de ah. dea, Alkebula. Take me home, dea, 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 Africa, we want to go. We want to go. Come on, brother. Africa, we want to go. Africa, we want to go. Where we sat down, where we went, will we remember that? It was our Babylon, where we sat down, and there we were, where we remember Babylon. Carried us away in captivity, required from us a song. How can we sing of God's song in a strange land? Yes, the wicked carried us away in captivity, required from us a song. How can we sing of God's song in a strange land? So let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God. And let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God. By the rivers of Babylon, where we sat down, and where
by the rivers of Babylon, where we shall go, and there we wait. When we remember carried us away in captivity, required from us a song. How can we sing a God's song in a strange land? Carry us away captivity, required from us a song. How can we sing a God's song in a strange land? So let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God. So let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God. So let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight, O God. So let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in thy sight.
Somebody, can we help? Can we help pick up some of these and bring them, please? Can we help? Thank you.
So let the word of our mouth and the meditation of our heart acceptable in thy sight, oh God. Brothers and sisters, can we draw nigh? Can we have the chair for Mama in case she wants to sit down? Can we have the chair for Mama, please? Up here. No, can we have the chair for Mama? Okay, no, it's here. It's here. Right, in case you need it, Mama.
She's okay. She said she's okay.
Bring it on, see me.
Some more money. Okay. What's this time? Bring the camera.
Auntie here. I'll shine your light after this. Yeah. Mommy's there. On top of her head.
Good. Fabulous. Yeah. Yeah, like that.
Over her head, up our head, and then
That's right there. Yeah. Need some room for these.
No. It's okay.
Yeah, push it in.
And then Nkechi on top of it. Yeah. Turn it round. Turn it round. Turn it round. Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Turn it around.
Now, why don't you just put it down here then? Oh, bring it over there. That's the head. Turn it round. Put that one here. Mom, put it front. Her head was that way.
Okay, put this one here.
Yeah. Put this one here. Put Nkechi here. That's mom. Then no, Mama can be at the top. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's let Mama at the top. Turn it round, boy. Yeah. No. Let's go. That was not nice.
It's got to face this way.
And then push it right in.
And then put it.
Yeah, that's all. Rodney, where are you gonna put the unk? So brother, underneath it.
Put the unk behind it. Put the unk behind it.
They want to see it on, yeah, it's got to be on top.
Yeah, beautiful.
That's it. On top. That's what
Really well done, family.
Yeah.
Proud of you. Thanks, my baby. Beautiful send off. One of the best I've
Very.
seen. Love, yeah, no. God inside.
Tenai Mare! Beloved brothers and sisters, let us gather closely around our sisters' resting place, the final resting place. Let's not. I know some of you might be observing social distancing, and it's your prerogative. We are not forcing anyone to do anything against their will, but it's rather unnatural for Africans gathered, Africans in any circumstance, but certainly Africans gathered on an occasion like this. It's rather unnatural for us to incline away rather than towards each other. However,
Okay, so yeah, you can just also you can put the out in
got the
there
right vision, sister.
and then take it in there. No man.
that's what I said.
That's right.
Truly.
Tenai Mare. Beloved brothers and sisters, difficult though the moment, we must do what we must do in honor of our sister. Am I right with that?
Yeah.
Let me say it again. Difficult though the moment, we must do what we must do in honor of our sister. Is that right, brothers and sisters? Yes. Truly, it has been said that we must be prepared to stand up for those who lay down their lives for us.
Word.
And Sister Nkechi lived her life to her last day on earth for the liberation of her people.
That's right.
I really want to honor young brother Jawanza.
Rastafari.
Let me say it again. I really want to honor young brother Jawanza. I can't imagine what he's going through at the moment. But what I can say is, in addition to drawing close to his family, his immediate family, in its most difficult moment, he also drew close to his faith family and political family. And we must hear him for that. Can we hear him, please? And we are all in awe of him for the maturity that he has shown in these very difficult circumstances. We're gonna, in a minute, we're gonna chant a request of Brother Jawanza's. He wanted to chant peace and love at the graveside, and he wants us to chant shine your light.
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna do that in a few minutes, but before we do that, we are going to ceremonially erect the Ankh at the head of Sister Nkechi's resting place. This Ankh represents and symbolizes in our tradition, it symbolizes life.
Right.
Life that is generated through the combination of female and male energies. This represents the female, this represents the male, and this represents the life force that emanates through the union between man and woman. Are you all with me?
Yes.
That's the only union we know as Africans.
That's right.
We ain't troubling nobody else.
No.
And their business. But Sister Nkechi would want me to emphasize that the only union we know about in our culture is this one. The woman and the man. Are you all with me?
Yes.
Because that's the only way we can get this life.
That's right. Word, song.
Right or wrong?
Right.
All right. Right or wrong?
Right.
Maybe I should say right or right.
Right.
And somebody will say left. Then I'm worried. So we're gonna erect the Ankh at the head of our sister's final resting place. We're gonna say, utter the prayer of the word. We're gonna utter the prayer for Mama Africa. And then we're going to raise our voices. In fact, we're going to do a salutation of our sister. And then we're going to raise our voices as we erect the Ankh. So let us assume the sign of Nia. Today is the day of Nia. It's that sign. The right hand to the chest, the left hand in a fist going forward. And this Nia means purpose.
Yes.
Purpose. So we're going forward with purpose. This is a position of combat. Attack, defense.
Yeah.
Yes. Purpose and direction. And we have to understand the nature of the world in which we live.
Yeah.
That there is a fight that we are all engaged in, consciously or subconsciously. We are all engaged in a fight for the liberation of our land and our people worldwide. So let us close our eyes. Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Mware Mukorokoro!
Mware Mukorokoro!
Mware Mukorokoro!
Mware Mukorokoro!
Mware Mukorokoro!
Mware Mukorokoro!
Zai Muzimukoro!
Zai Muzimukoro!
Zai Muzimukoro!
Zai Muzimukoro!
Zai Muzimukoro!
Zai Muzimukoro!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Of the word.
Regai masiandina taura nepuwa simumu yumangu. Since we may the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Jah, our Creator. Tenai Mware.
Open our eyes,
Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. All power to our people.
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Mware kumbore rai Africa! Ngai sumuzire sikarayo! Nzwai mitero yedu! Isumriayo, itumriako! Uyamaya komborere! Uyamaya musbene! Isumriayo, itumriako! Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware!
Tenai Mware! Tenai Mware!
Marija, God bless Africa.
Yes.
Lift up the name of Africa on high.
Yes.
Hear our humble prayers, oh Marija. We, the family of Africa.
Yes.
We, this family of Africa.
Yes.
Come, Great Spirit, come. Come and bless us.
Yeah.
Come, Great Spirit, come. Come and be with us.
Yes.
We, the family of Africa. We, this family of Africa. Tenai Mware.
Tenai Mware.
Tenai Mware.
Tenai Mware.
Tenai Mware.
Tenai Mware.
Tonight, Mari. Tonight, Mari. Kundai. All right. Kundai. One moment, brothers and sisters. When the drum pauses, we're gonna chant Kundai. Kundai in the Shona language of Zimbabwe means triumphant. It means victory. We are claiming the victory for our sister. Yeah. Because she died fighting.
Yes, right.
She never gave up the fight. No. Right. We're claiming the victory for her, but we're also claiming the ultimate victory when we all fight for our people's liberation. Right. As Papa Garvey says, if 400 million African people will only get to know themselves, then in the next 24 hours, we will have a new race, a new nation, an empire resurrected. Yeah. Let's go with the salutation. Kundai! 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 Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. Ready? Lazima tutashinda bila shaka. 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 Lazima tutashinda bila shaka means we will conquer without a doubt. Yeah. Amanda! Away to! Amanda! Away to! Maibuye! Africa! Maibuye! Africa! Africa! Maibuye! Africa! Maibuye! Amanda! Away to! Oseye! Yeah! Oseye! Yeah! Oseye! Yeah! Since we are reaching that time where we need to withdraw from the space, but we must grant our son his wish. Yeah. And before we chant, shine your light, let us erect the ankh. We're simply going to hail our sister as we lower this ankh at the head of her final resting place. We're going to hail Sister Nkechi Ode, fallen warrior queen, but a rising, powerful warrior spirit that will continue to serve us in the fight for the total liberation of our people. on the drums now. Is there, you ready? Can't see you, don't have to see you. Can't see you, have to see you. No, come to the middle, man. Come sit down where we can see you. Yeah, 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 come on, and this him growing now. This him growing up. All right. Are we all ready, brothers and sisters? Yeah. We're going to chant, shine your light. We're going to lift our voices. Yes. Sister Nkechi, you know she's love our chant. You know, I can see her standing, you know, waving her hand. Every now and again, she will come move, because she could move. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Sister Nkechi love our rave. we forgive her for that. Not to forgive. As long as she wasn't a raving lunatic. And she wasn't that. All right, are we ready? Yeah. Shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Shine your light in the valley. Oh, valley. Shine your light in the valley. Oh, shine your light. Allah will be shine your light in the valley. Oh, shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Shine your light in the valley. Over there. Have a little light tonight. Going to make it shine. Have a little light tonight. Going to make it. Have a little light. And I'm going to make it shine. Shine, shine, shine. Rastafari shine. Shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Shine your light. I can pull up and shine your light in the oh, shine your light. Allah will be shine your light in the oh, shine your light in the valley over there. Have a little light in us, going to make it shine. Have a little light in us, going to make it Rastafari. Have a little light in us, and I'm going to make it shine. Shine, shine, shine. Akebul and shine. Shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Shine your light. Shine your light in the valley. Oh, shine your light in the valley. Oh, have a little light in us, going to make it shine. Have a little light in us, going to make it. I'll get and have a little light in us, and I'm going to make it shine. Shine, shine, shine. I'll get and shine. Shine, shine, shine. Rastafari shine. Shine, shine, shine. Shine, 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 shine. I kept cool and shine.
And then losing her than never knowing her at all. See, if I didn't know Sister Nkechi, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be feeling the pain that I'm feeling. And then feeling the energy from the pain of Mama and from the pain of Joanza. And every time I look at Princess Larissa and I look at Prince Jelani, and I think about, this is the most difficult part for me. I think about Sister Nkechi with those two children.
That's Shumir.
You know, when it's the bond. Oh man, the love.
Yeah.
The deep, deep devotion.
Yeah.
It hurts. But I'd rather feel and suffer this pain than to be pain-free, having never met the sister. Because I know my life is better, is richer, because I knew Sister Nkechi. Because Marinya Kustika, God, the creator of the universe, through our great ancestors, loved me enough, and I hope we're all saying this, loved me enough to have blessed me with such a sister in my life, so I could learn more about me. Are you all with me, brother? I could learn more about humility, because a sister who was so gifted was yet so humble. You know, right, brothers and sisters? There's much to learn and much to celebrate. So we're human. We feel pain, hurt. We must own that pain. How can young brother Jawanza pretend he doesn't feel that pain? He must own that pain. But we can't suspend all our life wallowing in hurt and pain. We've got to deal with the hurt and pain, and then we have to stand up as Sister Nkechi would. Let me tell you this quickly before we run. We went to see brother Jawanza. Corona or no corona, our sister just died. And we know he needed us. And when we phoned him, he wanted us to come and see him. And he wanted us to come and go to the shrine with him. And so we don't care what was blowing in the wind out here. I don't think you heard me. I said we don't care what was in the wind. Corona, Ebola, AIDS, anything out there. SARS, anything. We was going to go out there. Yards, SARS, whatever. We was going to go out there. Right? And see our son. Because we know, had it been any one of us, right. I don't know what I'm going to say. You know what I'm going to say. Say it anyway. Had it been any one of us, anywhere Sister Nkechi is on the planet, you know you're going to see her at the first opportunity. It was going to end up on your doorstep. My cousin passed away just a month before Sister Nkechi. And Sister Nkechi was at my cousin's 9 nights in my mother's home. You hear me?
Yeah, shooting.
And she was supposed to come to the funeral, but she wasn't well on that day. Sister Nkechi was there for all of us. So I'm thankful. I'll suffer this pain any day for the fact that I knew our sister. and share my life with her. And still know her and share my life. All right? Can we hear that again, brothers? Bless us soul, Selassie. Bless us soul. So we're gonna round off, brothers and sisters. Only leaves us to say the prayer of the word. We're gonna repeat the prayer of the word. It's a prayer that we repeat quite often in our worship. And then we're gonna sing our way out of here. Sister Kai will do the closing words, and then we're gonna sing our way out of here. We're gonna wish her good night. We're gonna wish our sister good night, because we know this is not the end of her life, but the beginning of another phase of life.
Yes, sir.
That's right. So we are blessing our sister's soul. Let us assume the sign of Nia again. Tenai Mwari,
Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari, Mwari Mukurukuru, Mwari Mukurukuru, Mwari Mukurukuru, Kudai Musumukuru, Kudai Musumukuru, Kudai Musumukuru, Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari, Rekai Mazia. Taura Nepwa Simu Mangu, Lensikwe Nemi Mwari. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Jah of our creation. Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari, lazima tutashinda bila shaka, lazima tutashinda bila shaka, lazima tutashinda bila shaka. All power to our people. Okay.
Tenai Mwari.
Tenai Mwari.
Brothers, we place our left hand on our heart and raise our right hand. Let us remind ourselves to take from here all that we've gained, all that we've learned, all that we've gained in knowledge, information, and inspiration. Out into the streets, into our personal lives, amongst our families and friends, our places of work, our places of study, wherever we are. Let us remind ourselves to be a shining light unto Africans everywhere. Let Africans everywhere know that Mwari, Oladumare, no Dume, Sadume, Ama, Eshe, Nobokuane, the African God.
Reign supreme.
Let Africans everywhere know that it is a joy
To be an African.
Let Africans everywhere know that liberation
Is indeed at hand.
Tenai Mwari,
Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari, Tenai Mwari.
We're gonna wish our sister good night as we leave. Which one? Ethiopia. Yeah, that's one. Okay, we're gonna sing the Ethiopian, Universal Ethiopian Anthem, which was one of our favorites of Sister Nkechi. Before we chant out of here, we're just gonna sing the first and last verse because of time. So, we ready, brothers and sisters?
Yep.
Ethiopia,
The land of our fathers, a land where the gods love to be. As storm clouds at night suddenly gathers, our armies come rushing to thee. We must in the fight be victorious when swords are stretched out to thee. For us will the victory be glorious when led by the red, black, and green. Advance, advance to victory. Let Africa be free. Advance to meet the foe. Advance to meet the foe. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. With the might of the red, the black, and the green. example forever to be. To thy spirit and name we are given, great honor for eternity. Thy vision of nation has stirred us, and I will for the power to have. Stand as one people victorious in the heaven of a primavera. Advance, advance to victory. Let Africa be free. Advance to meet the flow. Advance to meet the flow. With the might of the red, the black and the green. With the might of the red, the black and the green. Advance, advance to victory. Let Africa be free. Advance, with the might of the the black and
Brothers and sisters, I know today was truncated because of circumstances, but when the time is right, we shall gather, we will work with the family, and we'll put on a proper ceremony.
That's right.
Where we can do everything to the fullness. All right, but we give thanks for what we were able to do today.
Right.
And I want to say a personal thanks on behalf of the movement, the Kevin and Revivalist movement, and the Pan-African community, to the family of Sister Nkechi. Mama Levine as the matriarch, for allowing us to play a key role in determining how our sister will be laid to rest.
Yes. Give thanks, Lord.
Thank you for being so grateful, so gracious to allow this to happen. So we're going to sing our way out, brothers and sisters. We wish our sister good night. Sorry, Mama, you want to say something?
I want to say that was her life. Your movement was her life.
Yes.
So you had to play that part.
Thank you, Mama.
You don't mind
Thank you, Mama.
Oh, no, you're not second best. Go ahead.
As a family, we know it first,
Yes.
second first.
Wisdom.
On behalf of the family.
Yeah, so sorry, sister.
Go on, Mama. I said she was happy.
Yes.
And she find her fulfillment.
Yes.
So we always back her.
Yes.
Aye.
Right, true. That's
and
right.
we always attend.
Yes.
So we had to support her.
Yeah, absolutely.
My lovely son,
Yes.
She born in a cold, but she ended up a son girl.
That's
She
right.
was a lovely child. What you see?
Yes.
What you get.
Yeah,
definitely.
I like the way you said it to me on the phone, Mama. She was born in the winter, but she was a sunshine baby. That's the way you said it. And it just jumped out at me. That's why it's in the tribute. She was born in winter, but she was a sunshine baby. All right.
Always keep the big ones in order.
Yeah. Wonderful. And she kept us in order too.
Just like to reiterate what Mummy said, on behalf of the whole family, we would like you not to come to the house.
I hear you over here.
Okay, to come to the house. We want you to come to the house as family.
Okay.
As for celebration and a farewell. Okay.
Wonderful. You have food?
I know, but we want you all to come. We want you all to come. Yeah. We're trying to accommodate.
I think we the family deserve a round of applause.
Yeah. Bye. And so we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Sister, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Nkechi, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Hey, daughter, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Hey, mother, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Hey, Granny, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Oh, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Sister, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Oh, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. Oh, we wish you good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night, good night, good night. We wish you good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night. We wish you good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night, good night. We wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. We wish you good night, good night, good night. Nkechi, we wish you good night, good night, good night, good night. We wish you good night, good night, good night. Sister, we wish you good night, good night, good night. We wish you good night, good night, good good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. Oh, I wish you good night, good night, good night. Oh, I wish you good night, good night, good night. Oh, I wish you good night, good night, good night. Oh, we wish you farewell, good night, good night, good night. Oh, we wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. Oh, I wish you good night, good night, good night. Oh, we wish you good night, good night, good night. Oh, we wish you good night, good night. Oh, we wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. My sister, I wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night, good night. I wish you good night, good night.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we wish you good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Oh, I wish you good night. Good night. Good night. Oh, I wish you good night. Good night. Good night. Oh, I wish you good night. Good night. Good night. Okay, we wish you good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. I wish you good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Yesterday, past in the house. But I didn't come to get him until 6 o'clock.
Leaving the drums.
When I got there, he was just
Leaving the drums.
I want to.
We need to do something still, yeah? We're going to do, we're still talking about